Alright, to begin our install, we have our engine off the engine stand. Now we're going to put the trigger wheel on the crankshaft. Only goes one way. Line that up with this hole here in the crank. Goes right in. Next we're going to get our crankshaft. We're going to line our crankshaft up. It only goes one way. All the holes have to line up for it to be in the correct position. Just keep spinning it till they all line up. And that looks about, no, still off a little bit. Off. Way off. Way off. That looks to be it right about there. So next we're going to take our crank bolts and we're going to apply blue Loctite to the threads. So, I'm going to run them up to where they're seated. We got them all seated. Next, for ease, we're going to mark off our torque pattern. 1, 5, 4, 7, 2, 6, 3, and 8. So now we're going to torque each bolt to 59 foot-pounds. Alright, let's see how this goes by holding the flex plate. Maybe not. Yeah, I can't hold it strong enough or good enough to get torque on these. Let's see. All right, there's one. Two. 3, 5, 6, and there's 7. Last one is 8. Okay. Now that we have the flex plate torqued, next we're going to lift the engine and install it. Now, to be prepared to install the engine, before I raise it up too high, I've gone ahead and rotated our marked stud up. I've rotated where you can see the studs just a hair above where the dowel goes, where the engine block dowel goes in the transmission. I've gone, instead of trying to rotate the entire engine around while it's hanging, I've done the same thing here. That's where we want the red stud to line up and go in. And I've got this one, this hole just above where that dowel is. That way when we get close, it should start lining up. If it starts lining up, then these will start lining up, vice versa. So when you get real close, if you get this lined up, just rotate this just a little bit and it should fall in place. Also note, I had the truck jacked up with the lift. You can do this with 2 floor jacks, but with the lift it is easier because you can slide the legs under the truck. You can't do that really with a floor jack in the way. I've got the truck, jacked up. I also have a jack stand pushing the transmission up. It's not all the way up, but it's just about all the way up. It'll help us to engage the engine with the transmission once we get it in here. Now, one of the least things that I like to use is a tie-down strap for a jack. This is basically out of necessity because the engine is front heavy, the way that the lifting eyes are on the engine. I've done the best I can to level it out, but I have to use this tie-down strap as a jack to pull back and up the front of the engine. And like I said, it's out of necessity to try to get it straight, try to get it level, so it will dock with the transmission when we put it in there. Now, I've successfully done this several times before. It's just I don't like using these straps. Strap can go at any moment, no matter how new or old it is. But you'll see how invaluable it is and how it will help. You see the engine is kind of torqued a little bit to the side. So when we go to install the engine, we've got to rotate our crane sideways to get it to go in straight. Sometimes, there's a little bit more angle to it than others, depending on how you have your stuff set up. I've also made a custom lifting device that fits in the end of my cherry picker, for the sheer fact that I bought the actual Ford lifting device for these engines, and it was terrible to use. I don't really see how anybody successfully uses it to pull an engine, much less install one. It doesn't clear anything. You're ending up having to do more work to get it out and get it in than normal. So let's get started, see if we can get this engine stabbed. And my main concern right now is the snout of my engine stand. I'm not sure it's going to clear the bulkhead or not. See, slowly ease it in, try to get it lined up the best we can, not hitting anything. back a little bit. I'm going to let down slowly, very slowly. Now, I've done this before. The snout of my cherry picker was just off the top of the intake. And I see now it's a good 6-7 inches off the top of the intake because of the bending of those lifting irons. Just make sure and clear everything before I let it down. You gotta watch everything closely. Watch your ABS. It'll let you know if it starts hitting anything. Sure. Let's pull our wiring harness up. Get out of the way. Okay. Watch our oil filter on the front. Also our air conditioning hose, make sure it's not getting kinked. So go down front of it, we can go back a little bit more. Still looking good. We don't want to bind up our fuel line and the turn line, that would be bad. We're just going to go slow and easy. Actually, to move the engine over just a hair towards the passenger side. Engine mount starting to hit over here. We're going to jack it up a little bit. Get it off the steering. Just go ahead and go back with it a little bit more. We got plenty of room on the passenger side. Got fuel line, like I said, move it out of the way. Back a little bit more. On the top of the engine, transmission harness out of the way. So we'll go back a little bit more. Alright, now we need to go down. keeping this out. So, go ahead and stop right here and let me readjust. I'll be right back. Now, I've been able to readjust the crane, gain myself a few inches. I pull the engine back towards me a little bit with the strap to try to level it out a little bit. Now I've got a little bit of space left. I'll go ahead and let it down a little bit. I've got plenty of space on the passenger side, but not a lot on the driver's side because of the mount. So I'll just set it down with the mount. See if we can go back a little bit. This over here, we have plenty of room on the passenger side. More than plenty of room. It's lined up. Just go down and in, down and in. And now my engine's going to hit there on the firewall where my cherry picker is. Go right up to it. Inching closer and closer to our mount. Go down a little bit. Tab in. Now what I'm going to have to do is I'm going to have to get another strap and I'm going to have to pull up on the engine while releasing this strap. That way the engine will fall back to where I need it to go. Alright, need to move over. More in line. Almost right over the engine mount where it's supposed to be. Line your engine and transmission up. You see, we are almost at the right angle to get them both together. So we're almost lined up there. Pretty close. Back in the engine needs to go up actually. We're gonna let off. Just a tad. See how our alignment is. Our alignment's almost dead on. And as you can see, I've got it pretty close. The dowel is about 1/2 inch, 3/4 of an inch below where it needs to go in the transmission. But that's okay, because what I'm going to do is I'm going to raise the body of the truck up, which in turn will lower the transmission. I can leave this light here so you can see what's going on. But lowered it down quite a bit. So now I need to try to, let's see, get the engine further in. Got the motor mounts almost in their saddles. So I need to raise the engine up. Transmission needs to go down. So I'm going to raise the truck up. That's the wrong way just a minute ago. Alright, that closed our gap pretty considerably. It's hard to see with this camera. Of course, the GoPro does not have a spotlight on it. Let's go over here to the other side and see what we got. Okay, we're almost there. Also, I want to note that while I had the camera off, I put the spacer plate in. Four-wheel drive trucks is a little bit difficult. Two-wheel drive trucks is easy, but you can get it in on four-wheel drive truck once you have transmission pretty close. So, see if we can inch the motor back a little bit. Let me change the batteries in this light. Look there, you can see the dowel. Got a spotlight on the other side. Make sure this plate stays on here. And we are almost there. Possible the transmission is going to need shifted to one side or another. Let me get under here and look. The front of the engine needs to go down. So, let's go do some adjusting up front. And the engine went down. We're very close to our saddle on the driver's side. A good toggle fire over. She almost went together then. The dowels lined up. Now I've traded out my jack stand for a floor jack so I can get some fine movement of the transmission up and down. Kind of see what's going on in here. It's going to be a little difficult because it is cramped. Move you over a little bit. It's just an adjustment up, down, till you get the right angle. Once you get everything in place, it will fall right together. Now, once you have the two halves aligned, you want to pull them together, but you want to make sure you're going to look from the front of the vehicle back. You're going to look right here. You're going to make sure that your studs on your torque converter are poking through the flex plate. You can kind of see them here. See one of them here. Just barely, but you get it poking through and you can start pulling up some of these bolts. Now I've got 1, 2, 3 pulled up. I haven't put the nuts on the torque converter yet. I'm not ready to yet, but it's just a matter of aligning everything. Once you get everything aligned, start you some bolts to keep it in alignment, and then work your way around till you get these studs poking through. Once you get them through, then you can start drawing up the bolts between the engine transmission bolts and pull it together, and it'll pull through. Now if you're looking at it from the front of the truck, you let it crawl up under, and your view is going to be right here. You'll be able to look right up in there and see if the studs poke through or not. It's not simple, but I mean, it's a process. And like I say, you know, one man can do it, but really you need two men. The simple fact of getting up and down, up and down, up and down, up and down, checking everything, where one person can rotate or adjust while the other person's underneath, you know, checking where everything goes. Now once you get everything set, your motor mounts, this side, on the passenger side, the motor mount, it's easy to align. The driver's side is something else. So what you're gonna do is pick the engine back up. You're gonna pick it up far enough you can get this bolt in right here. You got to get that bolt in because if you let it down, you cannot get it in. It will not clear the turbocharger. So once you get the bolt in, you're going to pull it up again. You're going to use a pry bar, and you're literally going to push down on this mount with a pry bar. I'm sorry guys, like I said, this GoPro does not have a light. Kind of struggle illuminating this stuff. I'm just going to do the best I can. Anyway, you're going to get a pry bar. Right here. You're going to reach in and you're going to get under this lip. Right here. And this is while the engine's pulled up. Let's see if I can get it illuminated so you can see what I'm talking about. You're going to get under that lip. While the engine's up, the mount will be up, and you're going to pry down. You're going to pry down on the mount. The mount will bend downward. The further downward, the better you get. You know, further down, the better off you'll be, because there's a hook right here. That little button right next to the pry bar, that's actually a hook. So as you're prying down and bending the motor mount down, the rubber motor mount down, you're going to engage the hook by letting your crane down. When you start letting the crane down, the hook will engage the hole. Once it engages the hole, it will sit down flat like this. There'll be no space between the saddle and the mount. See, it's flush. That's what you want to see. That mount's got to be flush with that saddle. If it's not flush, you don't have that hook engaged. Then you'll be able to put in your bolts. There's one bolt there. I've got two more over here. Now you want to get your bolts in the holes and you want to start them. Do not run them up yet, because you still have to go over to the other side underneath the truck and put in those bolts and line them up. When you get those lined up, you can go ahead and tighten them. Then you can come back up here and tighten these. So once you got your two halves pulled together, you got your motor mounts started, you go ahead and pull your lift out. You're done with the lift. You don't have to adjust it anymore. You just pull it out and move it out of your way, and then we can continue. So underneath the truck, now we have the passenger side motor mount bolts. So install those. I've got some of the transmission bolts installed. These here, this is where the starter goes. You got a transmission bolt here. You can reach all the way up here and put another one in right here. The two top ones are the hardest to get. Now you got one right here. It's got a bracket, and the bracket keeps the shift cable from moving over the exhaust. That one's not fun to get in. See it right there. Getting the bolt in past the bracket so you can start it is a problem, because the bracket latches onto the bolt and won't let you go very far with it. So we'll get some more of this installed. I've got the nuts for the exhaust on, brand new ones for the studs. So we'll just press on and get all this tightened up. All right. Look way up there. You can get to that transmission bolt from back here about the transfer case, if it's four-wheel drive. If it's not four-wheel drive, hey, that much easier to get to. I've got the starter in. I've got the torque converter nuts installed. There's a little plastic shield that goes up here above the starter once you get the torque converter bolts in, or nuts in. You've got a ground that goes under the big bolt, and then you have a transmission line standoff that goes under the nut for the stud on that one. Let's see, got this one, all these bolts tight. There's the wiring harness here for the starter, 10mm, 13mm. Pretty easy, self-explanatory. The cap, there's a red cap that goes over those that's missing on this truck. You have a push pin right here to secure the harness. You also have up here, you have another standoff right up here for the transmission lines. It goes on top of the harness, the plastic harness retainer. Put the plastic harness retainer on here over the stud. Then you put the standoff over it and tighten them down. Let's see, on the other side, you know, pretty much we got a transmission bolt there. Got this one up here. If you get some wobble extensions, like from Harbor Freight, you can reach from way back here in there with the wobble and give you enough curve in it that you can get to this bolt here. But we need to tighten this one down. But as it stands, you know, that's as far as I've gotten. I've got the exhaust nuts tight. Those wobbles that come into play when you tighten up, especially this one, the top one here. But those wobble extensions are really come in handy a lot of times. So let's, you know, I'll get some more of this done and then show you what I've done. I still got a long ways to go. Next, we're going to route our transmission wiring harness. So we'll take our harness and we'll push it down in between the transmission and the exhaust pipe on the passenger side. Then we'll go under the truck and pull it out. So now we're under the truck and we're going to start pulling our harness through that we started up top. Start getting each individual parts of the harness and bring it down below. It's real easy to get this stuff caught up under here. It's important we don't pull, we just maneuver. Start pulling, you're going to start yanking the ends off, breaking wires. Okay. We've got the harness here with the exhaust and the transmission. First we'll do, it's got a little tit on the transmission harness. It goes up here up top of the transmission. There's two holes, the bigger holes where the transmission harness goes in. Make sure we get it untwisted, unfurled. Get it started in the hole. We're going to move our harness back further. Get the end of it over the exhaust pipe and over the cross brace of the transmission. Once you get it there, you can go ahead and pop it in place. Work your harness upward. It's not catching on anything. Turn around backwards so you can see. Go ahead and feed the harness here through the back. As far back as we can get. And you have O2 sensor connections, and then you have the transmission harness itself that goes into the bulkhead connector. And you've got another standoff here, or whatever you want to call it, and furl harness, and it will go down the hole here just before the tail housing. Just put it in the hole there. Now you can take, get everything unfurled, and go ahead and take your transmission bulkhead harness, or harness put into the bulkhead connector. Just push it in, there's no force, and then you take and rotate it, and then it's in the transmission. Now, a couple more things to hook up. You're going to have your O2 sensor. This part of the harness is going to go over the transmission. Let's go to the other side. Where it's going to meet up. Fit over all the hoses and metal lines. Back up to here. Take the watch off here. Keeps catching. With small arms, it's a little bit easier to work with. You get them in between the transmission and other items here. Some of this hose. Get the connector. The connector here has its own push pins. So we'll go ahead and push it in to the standoff, and then we'll go ahead and get our transmission, or our O2 sensor. Go ahead and hook it up. Get it to snap together. So the connector been broken. There we go, snap together then. Now we're going to take the O2 sensor harness We're going to put it up here in this holder that's in the bottom of the truck, so it'll take up the slack and we'll get down into the drive shaft. Like so. We'll come back over here to the other side. Got another O2 sensor here. And your connector should be this one here, I believe. They just don't want to cooperate too well. They do not want to go together and stay together. They just pull right back apart. It's indication that they've been taken apart either multiple times or it's been broken. You should hear it snap, and we're not hearing the snap. Got it together. Another, let's see here. So we're going to put this in these loops on the main harness. Just pull the loop back and put the wire in it. Same thing for this one back here. The O2 sensor standoff here built in the harness, it looks like it's broken. So we'll go up here to this O2 sensor. And that one goes up top. Alright. Got another part of the transmission, the transfer case harness, this here. So we'll go ahead and get it plugged in and routed. Got a little standoff on it. It goes supposed to go on the top here of the transfer case. There it goes. And another one here. Standoff. You can take the rest of the wire and run it forward. Run it all the way forward. Pick up all the slack. This also will go on the clip. It looks like our O2 sensor came loose anyhow. You have to do some fixing on it. This will also go in the clip on the main harness. There's a couple of clips. push it in like you did the other wire. It'll hold it, should hold it. Route this back forward. Try this again. It is just not cooperating. First thing you can do is have O2 sensor disconnect and you don't know. Sets off check engine light. It just will not snap together. There it goes. There it went. We're going to run this forward. We're going to put it in the other loop that's up here. So hold it as well. And work our way forward and up. So it's got a standoff here. And then you have a bolt at the top of the transmission with a stud on it. This right here will go in. So we'll go ahead and feed this all the way up. I can grab it at the top of the engine. Just be able to grab hold of it. Okay. And we got it fed up there. I'm gonna let the truck down. We'll finish fitting it. Now to better illustrate where your transmission harness goes, you're going to run it up right here and you're going to put it in this clip. It's going to wrap around. That standoff is going to go there. Your harness is going to go over here and connect to this connector. Now this connector, this one will all attach to your inner fender well. So will this. We'll take your O2 sensor here, route it downward. We'll go back under the truck and connect it. Now we've got our O2 sensor routed here, down through here. And the connector is actually above all these wires here where you connect it. And it's got its own plastic standoff. That's up here on this main wiring harness that you connect the push pins into. So check your work, make sure everything's tucked in up here, everything's hooked so it won't fall down. Make sure O2 sensor is still snapped together. Okay, we've got the transmission wired, got the transfer case wired, we've got O2 sensor on this side wired. Now we got to go to the driver's side and connect the O2 sensor on it, which is pretty easy. It's at the top rear driver's side of the engine. So let me let the truck right now. Get up here to the top of the truck. Here is our O2 sensor. Just want to make sure it's routed away from any of the engine heat. It actually connects to a standoff on the harness here. And the connector for it is right here. Push them together, snap. There should be a ring for this to go through. I'm not seeing it. It's got It's got to be away from the exhaust so it doesn't melt the harness or the connector. In my truck there's a ring somewhere here that this harness goes through, but I'm not seeing a ring at all. So we're going to leave it like that, since this one apparently is either broken off or damaged. Just wrap it around like that there. Give it a loop. It's away from the turbos and the exhaust. Okay. Now we should have everything connected under the truck. So I can make sure. Alright guys, for one of two of the most convoluted bolts and hardest to get to and put in bolts that we come to, this is how we're going to get in the one on the driver's side. I've got several swivel extensions, regular socket on the end, then a long extension here in the back. And I wormed it up there. So the bolt is now in the hole. I just got to worm the socket back on it and just turn it till it starts tightening down. Believe it or not, it works. You know, two-wheel drive guys, you got it a lot easier. You can just lower the back of the transmission down and that will give you enough clearance. So I've got the bolt. The bolt is through the bracket into the hole. Now all you gotta do is change out some of my extensions, the more stiffer extensions. When you guys go to Harbor Freight, it's like I said before, I suggest you not only pick up some of these swivel, or some of these swivel extensions, but also some of these long ones, because in the long run, some of these long ones will get you out of some big trouble. Some tight areas, because you can't get your hand in there on some of this stuff, but you can run an extension with a bolt on the end of the socket, put your little electrical tape around the head of the bolt to keep it in the socket, and make it, which is exactly what I just did. We're going to reach up in there. Again, I may have too many extensions on here right now. We'll have to find out. Yeah, I'm going to take this intermediate one out. Try to hold this flashlight up here while I'm also feeding an extension with the socket on it. So there's the bolt head. Just do a little wiggle. That's where some of these swivel type extensions come in handy, big time. And let you get a little flex on the socket where you can get it on there. Let's see if we can't run it up. There we go. And put a little bit of oomph on it. May have to go ahead and loosen it off because I've still got to get the other one off, or the other bolt in. Hopefully the bracket's lined up, but it may not be. I can always come back and tighten this one up. So I'm gonna go ahead and loosen it off. But you see, you get the general idea how to get to this. So there's a transmission. Transfer case is right here behind the GoPro. So I'm gonna go ahead and pull all this out. I'm leaving that bolt loose where I can come back later and tighten it up. I'll pull the GoPro out so you can see what I've got. And this is what I utilized. You can see where the tape was. I pulled the tape off. Just a set of extensions. Yeah, I tightened it up with that. Once I get it tight, or once I get the other bolt in, then I will get a larger ratchet and crank down on it. It should be enough torque. There's no way you're going to get a torque wrench in there, but there should be enough torque to keep the bolt in. It has before. So let's try to get to the other side, which is a real pain. Now at this point we are on the passenger side, and we've got to install the top passenger side transmission bolt. It goes through the bell housing into the engine. Now if you got a long arm, skinny, lanky friend, now's the time to call it. Because you need small hands, long, skinny arms to get in there. You not only have to get it in the bolt hole, you also have to get it to the bracket first that's back there, then into the bolt hole without dropping it. And if you drop it, 9 times out of 10, it's going to be sitting on top of the transmission and you'll end up having to fish it out. I've already tried this several times. Each truck is different. Some trucks, you can reach right in there, it'll go right in, no problem. Other trucks, it's a pain in the rear end like this one's going to be. Now, word to the wise, you may go ahead and get this in there before you run the transmission wiring harness. Now that I've got it run, I didn't really think about it, but if I can't get this bolt in, I'm going to unhook the transmission wiring harness and I'm going to pull it all out, hang it over here, and get this bolt in. But 9 times out of 10, I think I'm skilled enough I can get it in there. Maybe cuss a few times, but I believe I can get this bolt in there without doing that. Then your next problem is how do you tighten the bolt up? Well, you reach in there with a wrench, one small turn at a time, until you have it tightened up. So I'm gonna go ahead and work on this. There's no reason to film it until I get it in there. There's no reason to just keep on filming hours and hours of useless film. So when I get it in there, I'll be right back, and then I'll show you how to get the wrench in there to tighten it up. And just so happened, when I turned the camera off, I reached in here. I've got the bolt through the bracket. I've got it in the transmission. I got it through the transmission into the block, and now I'm tightening it with my fingers as far as I can get it before I have to stick my wrench in there. Because like I said, it's micro turns. And guys, you asked me in my comment section how you do this. This is exactly how you do this. And it's a little easier for me because I've got a lift, and I know I feel for you guys. I understand. I used to work on stuff from the driveway too. It just compounds the difficulty. So I've got it in there. I've had my hand crooked in here like this. You got to go around here through here. But that's how you reach in there to get it in. So now I'm gonna get my wrench and go ahead and try to run it down with my wrench. Hopefully my ratchet wrench will fit in there. So let's give that a try. So I've got my ratchet wrench. I'm gonna try my best to reach in here again and get the ratchet wrench on the bolt. There we go. And like I said, it's small turns. You'll have to put it on there, turn it, take it off, turn it until the bolt's got enough on it that the ratchet will actually work. So you can see, let's see, this harness is throwing me out. Let me put it on the other side of the harness and it'll probably help me keep it on there. Just up and down does it with the ratchet wrench. Hopefully I'll get frustrated and make a false move. It just takes, like I said, it takes forever for it to go in, because you can only move small amounts at a time. I'm just lucky enough that I've got this harness pushing back on it that it's keeping my wrench engaged. Well, I don't have to keep it engaged and turn it at the same time. Small moves. Sometimes that's what mechanic it is small moves. And always talking about on my other videos, fighting the engineer. Well, this is what I call fighting the engineer. They've got the engine so set far back into the bulkhead or the firewall that there's just barely room to get your hand in here. And we're getting there. I do want to mention I disconnected the transfer case harness while I was in here. I moved a couple of things around that we had in. Alright, I got the bolt tightened down, and I'm going to put as much crap on it as I can to get it tight. Alright. Got that bolt tight. Guys, that's how you do it. So we'll go ahead and pull our harness back up. Get it back in this retainer back here. It's just a clip. Sometimes it just doesn't want to cooperate. And we get it harness up here. Stand off, and this is the rest of it. It comes over here, and then, like I said before, connects to your inner fender well. You want to make sure this harness is in here good. You don't have any way for it to fall out and get down into everything. Come on, go in there. There we go. Alright, guys, that's how you do it. I'm going to raise the truck back up, then I'm going to go ahead and tighten the other one down. I've got you back here under the truck. I've got you positioned right up against the transfer case. And right up there, I don't know if you can see it. See the bolt up there or not. It's hard to see. But I'm gonna worm my way in there and I'm gonna get that one tight and get it out of the way. Then we can move on to the next part. That's it. Alright, tighten it down. Give it a little bit of twist. And that should be good enough. Alright, and that's how you put the driver's side bolt in the top of the transmission. Just like that. Okay, moving right along. That should be everything on the underside of the truck. Our harnesses for transmission, transfer case. We've got our O2 sensors. There's one on this side. Other O2 sensor. The forward O2 sensor up front. Got our starter tightened, standoff for our transmission lines are done. Pretty much everything we need to get done underneath the truck. So now we're finished under the truck, we'll go to the front. Now up front, we finished connecting the stuff up here. Now your AC compressor harness, you're going to run it up through here, back side and around. Your standoff will go into the back just like that, and it'll circle up to right here to your connector and connect it there. But we put it back here instead of over here. It just keeps it, you know, secured away from everything that could tear it up or melt it or whatever. Now our harness here, there's the bolt or the nut. Looks like it needs to be tightened up a little bit. You have a standoff here. It's a funny standoff. It kind of clips onto that. We got our alternator connections. Got them already connected there. Just checking over everything on the engine, make sure everything's connected. We got to put our sensor back up here. This will be for our tubes. Alright. We need to connect the fuel lines and the vapor return line. So we'll get up there and do that next. Okay, we got our fuel line. Goes into the high pressure fuel pump. Slide it on, push the blue connector in. Here's our vapor line. Same thing with it. Slide it on the bottom port here. And then it gets some slipping. Looks like it's probably what we're going to have to do to get it to go on. It's got an O-ring back there. And we don't want to tear our O-ring. We get some slipping. Just silicone, spray silicone. Comes in handy in a lot of things. Just like that. Press the green tab in. Tighten that down. That's 10 millimeter. Tighten this nut here on the front of the engine that I found loose. Can get it tightened all the way. Alright. We put our sensor here in the top center of the engine. So we don't drop anything. The screws are dropping the long run. Alright. Put this on here, port goes forward. Like so. Got like a sheet metal screw. Put some slipping on it. Don't want to get it on the sensor, just on the O-ring. In fact, the sensors have better those. And I don't want to point it backwards. Screw in it. I'm not sure if it's a 2.5 bar or 3 bar sensor. We'll find out when we hook the computer to it, determine what tune it has. Just check everything up here on top and put that bracket on for the engine cover. Here's why I'm just now putting it on. There's no way that I could get the engine lift clear with this installed. And then when I mess it up, darn sure don't want to crack the intake. Back of the engine. It's the ground strap. It's on like that. Bolt in it. And the bolt down. Okay. And we got our heater hoses. That's going to need some slicking on it. Actually, go on. Get it covered. Look over the rest of the evening. Is there anything else we need to do while we're up here? Connected, got all the harnesses connected. So while we're up here, we'll go ahead and connect our AC line. It's here. Cover it up so we don't get any water and moisture in it. Here's where it connects to. Get our power harnesses out of the way. Pop that off. Put some over here. Place it on the light side one. Got an O-ring assortment here. Several different times that I have worked on air conditioning. So we're going to get similar in size. This one will work. This O-ring will work, right? So let's get stuff out of the way. Put this over it. And we're going to put our O-ring on. Dab oil. Rim of the roll there on the port. So now, roll this back here, and line the two up, put them together, put the nut on it. $10mm fit. Doesn't seem like it's very much, but it's the wrong size. 13mm. AC compressor hooked back up here. Let's see what do we have next. These out of the way. This. Alright. So we can put our air box in. Let's see. Now we have this line that goes to the vacuum pump. The very back of the engine. When I pulled it off, the clip was missing on it for whatever reason. Somebody broke the clip whenever they took it off. But it is for vacuum pump, so there'll be suction on it. I believe I'll have to replace the entire hose to be able to get a new clip. In here, just like this. This is down on it. It's got a 3/4. It's like a 3/4 round clip that goes on the gas return line. So we got that installed. Find out if the customer wants to replace it or not. I don't foresee it coming off, but never can tell. So next, it would probably be prudent to go ahead and install our turbo tubes while we have room. We also have lines that go to the turbochargers for the actuators. Well, that's some more lines. Let's see here. Now, these backwards. You can see, you can probably see my back. These plug in right here to this solenoid. Now, line's had a broken standoff on it. So this is broken. Both of these are broken, so we'll go ahead and replace the standoffs. I'll be right back after I replace them. Alright, back on again. I got the standoffs replaced. And this is where they go. Hooks to this solenoid right here. Vacuum line. And we're going to run this one down to the turbocharger and hook it up. Actuator, line goes to actuator port. That'll help this one too. Slick 'em. It does not want to go on there. Now your standoff goes here. And the other one is on this side. Goes under the heater hose. Goes on the actuator port. It's quite a bit larger than these factory ones. I'm having so much trouble getting it off. Alright, and then the standoff and the valve cover. This is where these lines fit. Just like this. If you want to, you can route it underneath. Which it sounds like that's what we need to do. And take a chance on breaking that new standoff. So just put it back on and leave it at that. Just like that there. really should go under that to hold it down. So if I can take this here loose. It's far enough to go under. There we go. Slide it back on. Feels a little bit better like that. So it's back on, clip it. All our connections are good. Alright, next up. We have this assembly. Now this assembly is going to go right in here to this, and the tubes are going to go to the turbo tubes on the turbochargers. So we'll put that in later. Let's go ahead and get our heater hoses. I'll tell you what, let's go ahead and put our airbox in with everything else that's included with it while we're up here, so we can go ahead and connect some other things. And here's our air filter box with our degas bottle. There's it in the fender. This old stuff's tore up here that it goes through. Just poke it through. Barbs here at the bottom. And mess this up. This goes to the port up there on top of the engine for the blow-off valve. Let's get this secured. That's secured there. Working on a couple more things over here. Got our switch. Good switch that goes here. It's going to be a 10. We have our degas tube. There's our degas bottle. One part goes here, the other part goes here. We're probably going to need to leave that loose for the time being until we get the turbo tubes in. So we'll just put this over here to the side. Degas bottle cap. And our heater hoses. If you look at the hose, it's got an arrow on it. This arrow goes to that nipple. Put these here down here on the bottom. Goes into, get over so you can see. Goes into the oil cooler. I'm doing one at a time. There's space, limited space in the area that you're working in. These are a pain a lot of times. Try to get it compressed. Move it up. There we go. That one on. Turn it a weird way. See how that happened. Yeah, come on. Walk around. Right there. Okay, ready? This goes over the big ass bottle. You make sure the O-ring's in there. You can replace that O-ring. You get a Harbor Freight O-ring kit. It starts leaking. Just pull that O-ring out. And that kit's got an O-ring that will fit that perfectly and seal it up. Okay, I'm installing the turbo tubes. I've got this one in, got this one started. Tighten it up over here on the driver's side. All right. Here. There's no damage on them. Let's see. Line it up, push the nipple on, secure it with a clamp, and down there below and tighten it up. This is where it really does pay off to take the inner fender wells out. Makes this job a whole lot easier. Does not want to go on for any reason. See if that's what's keeping us out. Got it. Let's tighten the thing up here. Manually with a screwdriver. Very hard curve. Somebody didn't think about this when they designed it. I didn't believe in it. We have the turbo tubes on these turbos. Let's see. Means we can go ahead and hook some of this up. Instead of a hanger. Two metal retainers on these you've got to worry about. You have this U-shaped retainer which goes here on this one, and you have this other shaped retainer that actually goes up here on the degas bottle and holds this connector on. So just snaps into place, keeps it from coming off. Same thing goes for the radiator. Go ahead and hit it with a little bit of lube. Not much easier to put on. It just slides over like so. So when you put it on the radiator, these two clips will engage and hold it in the radiator. Now we have these here. Let's get that too. One of the most useless tubes in the whole thing goes to the old blow-off valve. Really needs to be plugged. Manufacturers came up with their own way to plug, so we'll just leave it at that. There it is. So the dangling like that. Let's see, what else can we put on? I guess we can put the air filter on. Let's go ahead and get this here. Get it out of the way. That clamp looks like it's had better days. It's in pretty bad condition. I think we're going to use that one. that clamp is sprung. That's really it. Let's get the bend down.
It was at this moment that he knew. He fucked up.
Let's try again. Second time. That one. Alright. The radiator hose. Line the arrow up with the standoff. Or with the hump, I should say. Never let it stand off. Radiator. These, we should have put on just a minute ago, but that's okay. I also have these lines up here to deal with. Turbo tube. Where'd it go? That's silicone. Clip it. This one, clip it. This tube goes to air intake tube. Right here, we won't put it on just yet. Goes to the intercooler. We one of the last things we put on. Also difficult. Alright folks, this is an example of what not to do. Do you see that? That's not blood. It's not transmission fluid. The air box was full of that in the bottom, and I've had this flipped over upside down. Now this part of the box is full of it. Somebody has put way too much oil in this AFE air raid, cold air intake. I guess that's what it is. I know it's AFE air filter. But that is absolutely ridiculous. That's not, you just don't do that. Follow the instructions. You don't know how to do it, look up their website, look them up on YouTube. It shows you how to oil these things and oil them successfully. Alright guys, we've got our turbo tubes installed. We've got our air cleaner this S&B air cleaner with the S&B air filter. It's cold air intake installed. There was a little bit delay because I had to take the air filter and clean it really good. It was sopping wet with oil. It was over oiled. Also, we've installed, we can't see it, I'll just take the camera off. Your little hoses here. One hose goes right there. The other hose goes here from the top of the intake. Got a PCV hoses installed. This one gets brand new ones. Originally had a catch can on the truck, I believe. There's some custom hoses on them because the catch can was taken off. Of course, we got the radiator hoses ready for the radiator. Got our sensor here. This sensor will plug in once we get the radiator back in and all. Up next, we're going to go ahead and install the intercooler and the tubes connections to the intercooler here, and the main tube to the intercooler we're going to install in here as well. Next, we're going to be installing our Wagner tuning intercooler that came in on the truck. This is one of the upgrades that came with the truck when the customer bought it. Now it is all aluminum. I'll let that for you. It is quite heavy. I've installed the bracket and tilted it back to kind of give us a little help once we get it in here. So I don't have to try to fumble with it to get it installed. We got to get it up here, and we've got to get the bushings in their mounts, kind of like so. And we can swing our bracket around, kind of get it to hold it for us. Just get it to stay there. The bolt. I should have had the bolt in my hand to begin with, but hey, this is real life. Got the bolt started. Make sure we're lined up here real good. And here. Uh-oh. Well, had it started, but it popped out. Try this again. This won't fall. Bolt started, threaded. My insert is not cooperating at all. Let's see. I think we just stay here. It's 13 millimeter. We can just run it up in there. Make sure we're in all the way. Yes, we are. That was not any fun, I'll tell you that. Make sure she's tight. Alright. Lower it down and check, make sure. We don't want to start hooking up our tubes if we're not installed right up top. Just we are. Just rubber here. Rubber to pop up. This rubber's in. Alright. Good and solid. Now we're going to raise it back up and install the tubes. Install the turbo tubes first. Let's make sure we have our clamps face downward, make it easier for us to get to them and tighten them up. Load it up with silicone. And lead laser slide on. Move you over here. See what I'm doing. We're going to have to get the top one in first. Sure we're on the rubber good. The clamp is a little bit tight. Turn it where I can get to them really easily, tighten them down, make sure our clamp's squared up. A little bit of extension on here. Come on, man. Let's make sure they're tight. Yeah. Do that secured, and let's get our other one. Same thing, do a little silicone in. gonna be a little bit more of a bear. It's not gonna want to cooperate. Let's try this side first. Go back on here. Just move it up and over. Rotate it where we can easily get to it. We need to take them off. Kind of always have to plan for the future. A lot of this stuff, take it easy on yourself if you have to take it off. Slide this clamp over. Uh-oh. Now switch directions on me. It's weird. Now these are the pressure tubes going into the turbo. So we want to absolutely make sure you're not going to come off. Just tug on them. Alright. And they're not going to come off. Alright, next we have our main turbo tube. I'm going to have to let it back down and move a couple of items. Now what we're going to do is we're going to take the unit here and we're going to move it up on top of the intercooler to open this area up until we're ready to install the radiator. When we're ready to install the radiator, we're going to put it up here out of the way. Even if you have to tie it off, you're going to have to move it up out of the way. So we got this out of the way so we can get our main tube. Get it connected. I'm not the biggest fan of these metal tubes. The simple fact I've got one in my other truck and I'm not really, not really user friendly, to be honest with you. Some of them don't fit too well, some of them go up against the radiator. Tighten that one down a little bit. Some of them have some fitment issues that are just, they're not ideal. Let's go in this different direction. Over here. Make sure we're getting it all the way around. Equal spacing all the way around for the clamp. And we will come back after we have all this installed with a ratchet and go ahead and tighten a little bit more on them just to make sure they're secure. All right. A little bit the same with this too. lube it up just a little bit with some silicone. And position the clamps once we get it in there. It's easy to get to. And that is not going to be easy to get to. I'm going to have to flip these around. Put them on the bottom. So what I don't like about these is there's not enough meat. So in my opinion, I'm just going to connect this over here. Silicone. That doesn't want to go. No, there we go. I was saying there's not enough meat on some of this to securely connect the tube. Like down here, it's got meat on the tube, but there's just a little bit of meat on the intercooler. And that bothers me because I don't want it blowing off under a high load situation. Especially for this customer. He won't know where the problem is. Raise it up. Maybe over here we can see it better. And when I'm talking about meat, there's only a small amount of metal here, then it goes down to a smaller collar, and that is for these, you know, where the stock one connects. So we've got to make sure we get enough meat here. We're not worried about here because there's plenty. We got to get enough meat here and tighten it down where it just will, has no way it's going to blow off. Especially in a high boost situation. Let's see. Now that is these things different sizes. It could be 11, it could be 10. So get down low enough on the ring that it should grab. These are spring loaded, so once you get it on there, it She's not going to come off. Okay, that should do it. Let's do our shake test. Alright, that's in there. So now our intercooler is installed. Now, pretty much all we have to do is install the radiator, and put the coolant in, and do our air conditioning. And put the headlights on, and we should be able to fire this thing up and get it to run. And I'm sure some of you guys were probably screaming about the blow-off valve. I got it right here. I wasn't going to install it yet because I was going to replace this old junky rubber line that it comes with a nylon line for the customer. But we'll go ahead and put it in. Hopefully it will fit. That was one of the problems I ran into on mine, is the damn blow-off valve didn't fit. And of course, it does not fit. It won't fit in that hole at all. And this is what I was talking about, this aftermarket stuff. You know, it won't go in there in the slightest. So what do? Looks like we're gonna have to take a bunch of stuff apart and drop the intercooler back down on this side to see if we can get it inserted. Fun, fun, fun. That's aftermarket for you. Well, they couldn't just put a ring in there that, you know, you screw in, put this on top of it, and then clamp it. Well, they didn't do that. The way this is, it's probably just, it's just not going to work. I can disassemble it here, but I'm not too sure that's going to give us any advantage, because I mean that's as far as it'll go. But I'll try it. We'll see what happens. Okay, we're back once again. Problem solved. What I had to do was take and disassemble the blow-off valve. There's an Allen head clamp up here. I had to take the clamp off, get it down to just the base part here, removing this. Then I had to loosen off my hose clamps back off the intercooler tube and drop the intercooler down so I could get this part on there and get it to rotate to where it is now. Once I got it rotated there, then I put this clamp back on, tightened it back down. Now it's not a perfect fit by any means. Now you see it rotates. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to put a hose clamp right there and tighten the hose clamp down, and that should secure our blow-off valve from moving out, because it's right up against this tube here. So we'll get that done, then we'll move forward. Okay, I've got the blow-off valve secured with a hose clamp. It doesn't look pretty, but it works. Now here's the line to the blow-off valve. I'm going to take this out because this is routed like crap. It looks like crap, and I don't do crap. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to plug in the blow-off valve. I'm going to go ahead and use this until I get a better alternative. Let me get some clamps. Got some pretty nice clamps from the dormant help section. Come in a box of assortment. So I'm gonna go ahead and slide this over. But it doesn't fit. Of course it doesn't fit. The clamps too big. Okay, since we don't have any clamps, I misspoke. We're gonna make it secured using Plan B. Plan B, hopefully will work, is a zip tie. You put the zip tie on there, and we're gonna plug it in, and then we're gonna pull our zip tie tight. It holds it on there for us. Now to really get the zip tie tight, take your cutters, push up against the zip tie latch, and that got it, and then we're just gonna clip it off. Clip it off even so it doesn't cut anybody that puts their arm down in there. And working our way up, we're going to attach our hose to our boost. Come on now. Our boost tube going to our throttle body. I don't have any big cables. I just have these smaller ones. They'll work quite well. Just pull them up. You can hide them down here where nobody can see them. Down below. You just don't want to pinch your hose. This way the hose is out of the way and it will route directly up to where we're going. So let's go ahead and lower the truck down. We're back up top and we're going to continue to route our tube or our blow-off valve hose. It up here. Just misses, not quite big enough. Just going to double up our zip ties. Okay, hose up here. Position it where you want to, and then tighten the clamps down, or the zip ties down. Once you have them where you want them, then go ahead and clip them off. Rotate this around just a little bit. Remember to cut these zip ties off even so the jagged edge will not cut you or somebody else working on the truck. Run it in up here. Find your suitable place here you want it to run. I'm going to run it and connect it to the throttle body tube, and secure it to the throttle body tube. Sure it's still too big for us to, yes it is. Just makes for a nicer, cleaner installation. Do not like sloppy installations. Alright, lower it down just a little bit more. And we want a lot for some extra length just in case. So we got about, I would say, probably about 10 inches, 11 inches more than we need. But like I said, we're going to lot for some stretch, heat, whatever. Just go ahead and cut it off here. And secure a zip tie on it. Now, this may not look the best to some of you guys, that's okay. Y'all do it how y'all want to do it. I'm going to show you what came on here before that secured this on there. I thought it was a joke at first. It's not. It's in the instructions. Okay. Now, this is what it looks like. Here's our tube, and it's secured up there. It's up here out of the way. I think it looks pretty decent. You can route it a different way if you want to, but it's out of the way. It's not going to get into anything. This right here is what they had the hose secured to it with. It's like a small bobby pin. And this is it. This is what they were securing it with. I thought it was a joke. I mean, what is this they're going to secure? But that was it. So I think we've upgraded. Should turn out better till we get a nylon hose if that's what the customer wants to do. Alright, we've got everything installed except for the radiator assembly. So up next we'll install it and get all this stuff ready. Get all this here moved. So you may be able to set it up here. You may have to zip tie it up here for the time being. Just want to keep it out of your way so you can put the radiator assembly in here without smashing anything. Alright guys, for my final trick, it's going to be installing the radiator support. Got all the wiring up out of the way. The wiring that goes to the front of the radiator support is back out of the way. You just need to have it clear so we can drop the radiator support in. It's not as simple as just placing it in there. You're going to have to slowly but surely engage these tabs here at the bottom of the support. So this is how I do it. It's really a two-man job, but got 2 in, I just got 1. With this intercooler on here, it's going to be a little bit more difficult than normal. The intercooler is so tall. What you kind of have to do is tilt it like so. Put this side in, get it past the tab. Do the same thing for the other side. You may have to raise it up manually to get it to where you need it. Once you get it interlocked, now you have your support in, you can start buckling it down. So, let's go ahead and get some of this connected and routed so we can push our support back. We've got a harness back here. Bring down. Pull this in here, like so. Wrap that back there. Kind of get things where they need to go, where they're supposed to fit. So this is going to go up here in just a minute. Your AC lines, same thing for them. We're going to go and feed through. There's this one. Your other AC line. Reroute a couple of things, it's okay. So we got put through here, that's where that one goes. We got a harness here. Just a small harness. Goes with this little sensor right here. Get it put through. This here, so a little standoff, and just go ahead and install it in the support right there. Just going to hook this sensor up. We've got this one. This is one of your transmission lines. So pull this cap off. Don't make too much out. Go ahead and slide the hose on. We'll put a clamp back up here. There it goes. And the real difficult one is back here in the back because it's in the back behind the intercooler. So right here, so we can pull the cap off we've got. So pull this here out. Push the tab. Well, I'm going to drain some of this old nasty fluid out of here. Here's my drain bucket. Leave that right there. Oh, dirty, dirty clothing. Go ahead and get it out of there and get this here cleaned up right quick. Yes, you're probably going to have to wash this thing over again, or wash yours over again once you get finished, because you're going to have, you know, oil or whatever from stuff like this here. This is going to be quite interesting to get this back on. I'm going to move the clamp up here to the top. Hopefully some of this oil will assist us in getting the clamp or getting the hose back on. Through here, not be able to get done. Piece it together. I'm gonna go in there, buddy. There's not a lot of hose to work with there. We're going to need a third hand to push this down in here. I'm going to push this clip. Check the other side. I want to move over. If this thing cooperates, we're on there. Let's get the horn out of the way. Roll it in just a tad. Back in its slot. Add some more. Not quite seated. Let's try again. There we go. And we got the cooler seated. Alright. A little bit more difficult than I thought. There's one of our harnesses we're going to feed through. Right here. We have a inlet, outlet, overflow outlet for a radiator right there. And we'll clamp up. Clamp secured. These harnesses here. Now, this one clips here. This goes here. This goes down to the blow-off valve. This is the, when you put one of those blow-off valves like that on there, you get this. It's going to go down here. We're going to secure it. We'll probably just bundle it up. Just bundle it up. And some of the stuff that you normally attach to is now gone with this intercooler. Stand it up here. I think that's going to fit. It should fit right here. Put it in here for giggles. Okay. We'll just wad this up and put it here in the bumper. Because, you know, it doesn't go to anything anymore. So we'll take care of that later. Here's our harness to match airflow or one of our airflow sensors. Right here. Connect it. Down here. Now the main harness, it's got a little thing that fits on the standoff on the radiator. Put that there. We're gonna get these bolts out. Secure this. Secure that back in there. This just clips over, like so, and you can put the bolts back in it. In a minute. Start is the biggest thing. There's this big honking harness in there. That one. These are all 10 millimeter. You got a small 10 millimeter ratchet wrench. Go ahead and grab it. Here. One. Turn to this one. Get to it. Horns back on here that I just took off. Okay. Those here. Got this. There. Oh yeah, right here. The little sensor just right up under the support, top of the support, next there. Alright. Now I'm not going to charge the AC as of yet. I'm going to hold off on that until I have the engine running and everything's satisfactory and no leaks. Before you start it, get in there and you turn the AC controls completely off. Here's the connection to the air conditioning line. Here's the pressure sensor. Like that. And you have these. This goes to the sensor right before the throttle body on your tube. These go to your electric fan. Do not forget to plug in your electric fan. Ask me why I say that. Because when I did the 2011, I had everything hooked up except for the electric fans. Boy, did I find out real quick when I messed up. It was like 7:30 in the morning. I've been working on it 30 hours straight. Working on something that long, it just wears you down, and I made a mistake. There's a little standoff you got to plug into 3 different places, 3 different standoffs on the harness, 3 different places to push them in on this fan shroud. Yeah, this harness over here, then you have another one of those weird connectors like on the front corner of the engine, and it connects here, just right here on the side of the fans. It's a really odd connector. Let's see, we have another connector here. We gotta find out where the wire is for it. You also have some harness connectors on the frame that you want to get back in there. Come up with your print well. Let's see, we gotta find this one. This thing right here, I can't see it. Right here. Now, the same wire harness is this here that goes to the battery to be disconnected. Put this terminal back on here. And we'll do the same for this one, disconnected. Just makes it easier to move everything around the engine bay. Got disconnected it. Stand off here, just be plugged in. Boot around and tear it up. Boot does certain function. Like so. Alright. Now we're going to put our upper radiator hose on. And we'll get them over here. Slide our hose on, hopefully. There we go. And move our clamp up. Got a good bite, but not good enough. Look good. Gotta put our lower radiator hose on. Remember, it pushes on, so we're gonna go over here to the inner fender well. Stop. reach in here, get a good push, and it clicks on. Pull back hard, make sure it's on there. The reason why I say that is we did this to my son's 5.4 3 valve. Pushed it on there, thought it was on there really good. It felt like it was, but then he took off and the hose came loose from the radiator. Thank goodness he saw it and shut the engine off. We might have lost an engine from overheating if he wouldn't have seen it. I'm sure there'll be a couple of things we may miss. Hopefully not. Hopefully I'm not missing anything. Okay. Back up here. And that support hardware. The hardware goes in next to secure the support. Pretty much all the bolts are the same, but these with aluminum, big washers and aluminum washer underneath it. Just line it up. What I try to do is match where the washer had tightened up before. You need to move it over, up or down. It may not make that much of a difference, especially if somebody's had this thing off before. We just don't have alignment issues and such. See where it's going to hit. Just right. Oops. Two 10mm screws. They go here, and goes here. The place we had to interlock with the tabs, and it goes there. Where you're going to secure this harness such a way it doesn't mess with anything, it doesn't look like crap. They just had it dangling inside the bumper when I took this thing apart. What we'll do is we'll secure this to one of the bumper braces. Right here. Let's see if we've got a place to put this. Tell you what, since these other doodads are missing these flaps, put it right here. No way it's going to get tore off. There we go. It's bundled, it's up out of the way, so I'm going to get hung by anything. Now, let's get our hood release. Here's a hood release cable. There's these little things on it. And we go down here. Let's see. No one goes here. That's right. Here and here. About like that right there. Secure the cable. And you got to latch it. Here we go. Slide it in, latch it, pull back. Let everything go through and just push it through. So now we'll work on hood latch and then mount it. This you do want to line up the best you can where the original marking scoring marks are for the bolts. Or you won't have any problem with the hood. There. Right there. And that got it. Now let's check our work. Any flashlight. Make sure everything is secure here. All those connectors. Now while I'm down here, I'm going to close off the radiator pit top. Don't want to forget that. Any freeze is not cheap, especially the motorcraft. About $15 to $20 a gallon premix. These are secure. And we do have one unknown. We've never heard this truck run. Of course, we slept tiny, but my understanding is they tried several things, including changing the computer out to see if they could get it to run, which did not work. So, with my fingers crossed, it's not going to be a problem. So next, I'm going to pressure test the cooling system. This before putting the first drop of coolant in, let us know if we have a problem. I believe it's the yellow one. Those handy dandy Harbor Freight tools. These probably similar, about the same things what you get on Amazon from some of these other companies. Cannot fault you, you cannot fault me for trying to get decent tools to save money. Our lid shows 16 psi is the pressure. So we're going to pump this up and see if it holds pressure. Right now it's not looking too good. Not looking too good at all. So maybe it's just losing the pressure. Yeah, we're getting pressure now. And as you can see, there's no coolant whatsoever in the engine. We're just feeding pressure out of there to see if it seals off. So far, so good. Alright. It's held some pressure, so we're going to go ahead and fill it with coolant. Take up a lot of that space, and then we're going to pressurize it again, see what we got. With this much pressure and an empty engine, no coolant, it's like filling an air compressor. You don't want anything to explode, you don't want it to pop. I just do a pressure test just to make sure it holds pressure. If it holds like 5-6 psi, it's probably going to hold 15. There's that much air in the system. Go grab the coolant. Alright, time to add the coolant. I've got 3.5 gallons. A little bit of trivia. And I know there's a lot of you guys out there know what I'm going to say, what I'm talking about. First person that can put it in the comment section, I'll give you a kudos. Where did this funnel come from? And what did it come with? Well, think about that, look it up, tell me in the comment section where that funnel came from. This thing holds, I believe it was 14 quarts. I'm going to dump this initial in and let's check to see we see any cuddling in there, better not. Shouldn't see anything with the pressure test passed. Nothing. I'm doing this, I'll tell you about it. My son's in the military, he's in the Corps of Engineers. Being in service, currently in Fort Knox, Kentucky, he has a lot of guys that are his age, younger and older, come to him because, you know, my videos, or he tells them I work on this stuff, with questions. I had one question today he sent me. The poor guy, soldier, was a 17 Raptor with 3.5 Ecoboost in it. And he took it to the shop. He said it runs horribly. He took it to the shop, and he told him it would cost $3,000 to repair it. The problem is the oil pressure regulating cylinder. I thought, because I made a deal with Gen 1 Ecoboost. I thought about it for a second. I've never heard of such. Thought about it a little bit more, and then I realized I had heard about it. I was looking up parts for another guy's 17. I was looking up oil pump for milling, and milling didn't have any. So I looked up the factory one, and this oil pump has all this fancy, valving, got solenoids on it. I looked through there, and the solenoid is a pressure regulating solenoid. This guy apparently just had timing done on it, and the solenoid in the oil pump has gone out. And he was given a price quote of $3,000 to repair it. My son contacted me, wanted to know if that was accurate or if it could be done cheaper. Unfortunately, that's pretty accurate. You have to go through, tear everything off the front of the truck, pull the intake, pull the valve covers, pull the front cover off the engine, tear out all the timing components, or most of them, chain, guides or whatever, to get the oil pump off and change it out, put a new one on, and you got to retime all that stuff. So my question, my explanation was, yeah, it's going to cost that much. If you're going to go in there, you might as well go ahead and replace everything. And he said, well, they just replaced this stuff, and now he's got a horrible performing truck. When it's at idle, it's got 4 psi of oil pressure. I feel for these guys. I've been through it. If I was closer to Fort Knox, Kentucky, I could probably make a living off these trucks. I could quit my job. Me and my sons could all be working on these trucks and making a living, because there's so many out there, so many people that need help. You can't turn to the Ford dealership. Ford dealership would just rip you off. 3,000 jobs, probably 6,000, 6,500 at a dealership. Just ridiculous. All right, no puddles. I'm gonna let the coolant go ahead and settle in the block. And while we're doing that, we've got to add another important component, the battery. I've had the battery over here charging, make sure it's got a full charge on it. Positive side. Post are terrible. Before I hook them up, I'm gonna do a little preventive maintenance on it. Can't hook it up right yet. Bad looking tail. I think I've got bricks up now. preventative on here. It's the Sunoco battery corrosion preventative. I'm just going to spray it on here on the terminals. Whatever corrosion that's here, it'll start eating it off. And you can smell it. We're going to propose it to turn up in here. Get it lined up. We're going to tighten up these. We'll hook anything else up. Alright, pause for just a minute so I can get my shit straight. I lost my 8mm with the... This is what happens, folks. Disorganized, disorganized, disorganized. Drop it in one of these doors and let it go. Rebecca. Sure that's right. Nope, that's not even like that. Seven. There it is. I put it down somewhere. You guys probably saw where I put it down. Oh, I hate you out here. Every single one of them down here. Alright, well, I'm going to pause my smoke. Find my shit. Alright, I'm going to tighten down this terminal, positive terminal. And before I do anything else, I'm going to get in there and turn the headlights off and the air conditioner off. And I have my keys in hand just in case. Keys are in hand just in case it's got an alarm that goes off. Yeah. And let's see what happens when we hook up the battery. Alright, well, that was quick and easy. Scared the crap out of me, but that was quick and easy. Okay. Our battery hold down. This is it. switch. Looks like nothing messed up. Let's see. Back on this battery a little bit. There we go. What we're going for tonight is to basically get it started. Once we get it started, make sure it runs. Then we'll put everything back on, such as the inner fender well liners, the tires, you know, the cowl, all that. Our goal right now is just to get it running, ensure everything operates like it's supposed to. We got cooling in there. Go ahead and pull the dipstick. So the dipstick shows. They're absolutely full of oil. Again, if you see anything else that's not connected, other than the headlights and whatnot, everything seems to be connected. See what our battery looks like. Yeah, the battery's about to die. So, turn this off. Alright guys, first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to take my 11/16 and I'm going to loosen off the fuel line going to the high pressure fuel pump on top of the engine. Then I'm going to go in the truck and I'm going to cycle the key on, off, on, off, on, off a couple of times until I get fuel coming out up at the fuel rail. Fuel running on the ground. Tighten up this line. Next, I'm going to get my programmer and I'm going to clear all the codes out of the computer. Let me get that. Now what I have is what's called a programmer or tuner. It's a SCT programmer tuner. What I use this for, I've got a tune for my 13 F-150, but it's for the old version of the engine. I don't use this really anymore other than to reset the codes on the truck or any vehicle Camry set. And then also what's great about this particular one is you can do a crank relearn for something like an engine rebuild, or when you go in and replace a bunch of sensors. You always want to do a crank relearn after you do that. We're not going to do it just yet. We're just going to get the truck running, make sure everything is in good running order. We'll do the crank relearn once we get the rest of the truck together. So I'm going to go in there now and I'm going to go ahead and clear the codes that are stored in the computer from the previous problem. Codes clear. Now we're going to start the engine with ignition fire. What we're going to do is I'm going to hold the gas pedal down, crank the engine over, and make sure it builds enough oil pressure. Then I'm going to let it go ahead and start itself. Everything if we got everything in like we're supposed to, it should fire off. Now it's going to smoke because we use transmission fluid on the rings. Of course, it's got a lot of assembly lube all over it. So don't, that's completely normal for this thing to smoke. It'll fill this shop full of smoke. It's just fine. When we get the truck back together and we go out and do our break-in, when you do your break-in, you take it easy at first, and then you start boosting the engine just a little bit. Once you start boosting the engine, those rings will really seat and that smoke will disappear. So here we go. Alright, here we go. Here's the initial prime for the oil system. Alright. Now we're going to try to fire it up. Takes a little bit for the fuel to get to the fuel rail. There we go. There she is. And boy, she's running, feels pretty darn good. Nice and smooth. Let's see if I can send you this live. Before I let it run too long, I've got to check, make sure there's no leaks in the truck. No oil, no coolant leaking. Let's go ahead and top off our coolant. Put a little bit over. It's going to go down. It's going down now. Once it heat cycles, it'll suck more coolant in. There's air bubbles coming out now. As well, again, we'll check under the truck, 0 bubbles. Watch the fuel line, make sure it's not leaking. Watch that stuff evaporate. I'm going to go ahead and put the cap on here. I got it full of coolant. There's air still coming out. And I need to go ahead and keep cycling the engine. And just slowly rev it up to 2,500, 3,000, let off, rev it up, let off. pump, no leak. We're doing really, really good. No leaks. Water where I washed it. Yep. Great, no problem. So, and all that steam, that's where I washed the radiator. Cleaned it out really good. That's not a leak or anything. So what I'll do is I'm going to cut this off, and I'm going to pick up after I get all the inner fender wells in, wheels on it, everything back on it that needs to be on there that came on the truck when I received it. So we'll pick up from there, and then we'll start doing our road tests and break-in. All right, guys, here's an update to our build for the 2013 Platinum. Customer's truck's back in here today. Apparently his Turbo Smart supersonic blow-off valve is defective. I've gone out and driven the truck about 400 miles, and it really at no time other than maybe wide open throttle, it then has this blow-off valve sealed. You can constantly hear it hissing and leaking air. So as part of the break-in procedure, and I talked to the customer and he said let's go ahead and replace it, and it's up to me which one to replace it with. Made a trip out to Arlington, Texas, out to Summit Racing, and we got him a new Turbo Smart V-Part EM blow-off valve. Now this one will hook back up to the electronics that originally with the truck. This one is just vacuum operating. I've not been happy with that one since we put it on there. It's got a softer, harder setting. You're supposed to be able to twist it like this. It makes no difference really whatsoever turning it one way or the other. I can't tell any difference. But anyway, like I say, we're back in the shop and we're going to be replacing one with the other. Hopefully this new one will fit in here with this tube, but we'll find out. We'll see what all we have to do. Okay guys, that concludes our 2013 through 2014 F-150 3.5 EcoBoost build. That was a long video. I ended up chopping it up into 7 different sections. Everything is going well with the truck. Only had 2 speed bumps there that we went over and survived. One was on the very last video. If you go back and look, when I'm putting the hoses on the engine, I had a hose clamp that was not cooperating. It apparently had sprung or it bent, and I bent it back and went ahead and used it. That was the wrong thing to do. Our customer got home, drove the truck all the way home, had no problems, and then about a week later he contacts me and he is low on coolant. And there's no reason this engine should have been low on coolant. So after chasing it down, him having to go borrow a cooling system pump, he was able to pump the system up. It was losing about 3 psi in 5 minutes. So he was able to look around on the engine and found where the coolant was leaking at the top of the thermostat housing, where that little bitty hose goes on that nipple. That's the little clamp that I was adjusting on the video. Go back and watch it. It's pretty far in the video. I've already got the engine in. I'm starting to put everything on, the turbo tubes and everything, but I got it marked. It's definitely where the problem was. The only other thing we had while breaking in the engine, I drove the truck about 450 miles. That's a trip out to Dallas, around to Dallas and back. The reason why I chose Dallas is because the Turbo Smart blow-off valve that came on the truck was just not the right valve. It did not operate correctly. You know, when you go out and accelerate on the highway to get up going, just normal acceleration, you could hear it leaking, and it was leaking bad. You look on Turbo Smart's website, that's not even the turbo blow-off valve that they recommend for the truck. So I contacted the customer, told him what was going on. He left it up to me to pick which replacement we went with. So I drove from here all the way out to Dallas to Summit Racing, picked up the new blow-off valve, drove all the way back and installed the blow-off valve, in turn getting us our needed break-in mileage on the engine. So once I got it installed, boy, everything worked great. Blow-off valve worked correctly. No more hissing and things when you accelerate. The customer's completely happy with this truck. So again, this is the end of the video. I want to thank each and every one of you that have tuned in and watched both of my series. The series on the 11 and 12 Ford F-150 EcoBoost 3.5 engine build up and install, and this 13 through 14 F-150 3.5 EcoBoost build up install. That was quite a lot of work, and again, I appreciate you tuning in and watching. If you would, share it with your friends. If you got a buddy that is having trouble with his truck, share it with him. If you guys need your truck repaired, I would suggest first, go check out the Ford House. Find out what they're gonna want to repair or replace the engine, then give me a shout. You'll find out that I have several $1,000s cheaper on what I do than the Ford House will match. But anyway, thank you again for watching my videos. If you look down in the video description, I've got 2 new warehouses. That's where I'm going to start putting the tools, parts, everything I use on the videos. I'm going to put it in those warehouses. One warehouse is eBay. The other warehouse is going to be on Amazon. The 2 links are at the top of the description. If you're looking for, let's say, transmission fluid, transmission filter, I've got them in those warehouses. That way, you don't have to look through the description to find each and every link for something that you're looking for. Again, this is Daniel with Boss C, 351 Productions. Thank you for tuning in. Up next, we'll find out. Have a good one.